Shut up. You're like 12 years old, you fucking bitch. I've never seen dick riding this bad. No! Pathfinder's the best system ever! No! It's my favorite game ever! No! It's so... No! It's so good! Oh my god. Just play another game. Just play anything else that's good. Like literally any other game. Just play something else that isn't ass. Just play something else. The last dungeon in Kingmaker is the most bullshit dungeon I have ever seen in my entire life. And that dungeon is better than every single encounter so far in Wrath of the Righteous. It fucking sucks ass. Absolute trash. Fuck you. It is massive. It is huge. Alright. I don't care. Fuck you. Fuck off. Now we're gonna program. And then we're gonna play Ease. And then we're gonna play Pillars. Yeah, you think the game is the best game ever. You're just like sucking its dick 24/7. You didn't have any of the issues that I had because you're not smart enough to realize that you did have them, but you don't remember it because you thought the game was so good because you played like 3 games in your game and you're like a little child. And you're just soy facing over the experience. uh. I was like, honestly, in Kingmaker, I was almost unironically soy facing over that because no other RPG pretty much really does that. It's like only a small handful of games that actually do exploration skills and stuff like that in a decent manner. That's why I like Kingmaker, but not because really any of the gameplay. Calm down, man. You're so angry. Why are you so upset? It's just an opinion, man. Calm down. Just a game, bro. Uh, why you have to be mad? It's just a game. Wait, sorry, you're not old enough for that reference. So today, what are we gonna do? We can select things, but that's about it. We can't do anything with the selections. Well, Ria is bugged, and I think I might know why. The fuck? The shit? Did it really just crash? Weirdest thing I've ever seen. Okay. Oh no, don't do that. Where is Ria? Yeah, we can't use the UV, so... I did pop open pillars a little bit, and I looked at it a little bit, just to remember what it's like. And I kind of like the systems. Like, just by the way they've designed the items, you don't really need to have like 600 feet like you do in Pathfinder. Just to, like, be viable doing something. It's like... in Pathfinder, it's not really viable to just use a longsword. In any case. Like... it's maybe if you're playing like a magus. That's like the only time you can use a longsword and it being viable. Without using a shield as well. Or another sword. So... but in pillars, you can just not equip a shield and you get tons of extra accuracy. No, Aldori's Swordlord needs to have a hyper-specific weapon. It needs to be the fucking dueling sword. So you have to go for like a super specific thing for that. But in pillars, it's just like... okay, you equip a shield, you get less deflection. Or you get more deflection, but you get less accuracy. Like, alright, so... and the same with armors. The armors aren't really that vital, because they just give damage reduction, right? So you can just go with a slightly less... smaller armor. Yeah. I mean, again, like we've already talked about this like 6 times, but I really liked Pillars of Eternity. I just think it was too short. Because it's only the end that ruins it. If it was longer, it would be great. Like, probably the best CRPG for me. But I think, like, I am looking forward to it, but we're gonna play a couple of East games first. They're usually not that long. And I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna play a fighter. And I'm gonna dump Constitution, Perception, and Intelligence, and we're just gonna be Giga Chad DPS. See how that goes. No, not we're gonna have Perception. We're gonna dump Resolve. The one which gives you deflection. But I don't really understand what a hit is in the game. Like, if we go Pillars of Eternity, 2 hits. Hit chance. Okay, so you take your accuracy minus their deflection, and then you roll a d100. And then if you roll 50 plus, that's a hit. And below 50, that's a grace. So... And 10 to 15 is a miss. So you almost always graze or hit. And that makes the damage reduction all that more important as well from armor. That's what I always hated about Pathfinder and D&D. And yesterday there was a guy like you in the stream when I was raging the worst about like the hit chances and the AC and stuff. And he was like, at this point you can easily have a level 50 AC companion or a 50 AC fucking pet. And I'm like, fuck you. No, that's the wrong PoE, Quan. We're talking about Pillars of Eternity. In Path of Exile, it's completely impossible to make a good character. I wasn't on core. That's the thing. I was on core. Like, I set it to normal core settings early game and it was fine. Until you get to the bosses. And then when we got to Vayne, I lowered it. And it was still absurd. But even on normal, it's still ridiculous. Like, it's still the worst designed campaign ever made. By far, because it doesn't make sense at all. Because the normal monsters just do this, just do that, just summon your 50 AC companion and have him tank. Just evil eye him, you get 1 chance and it has a 20% chance to land. Just save scum until Evil Eye lands. It's fine, dude. It always hits? Ah, okay. Just always have the witch in your party. And then just do this one thing. Okay, then the game's fine. Fuck you. Stupid bitch. Yeah, they do. And you have to find the one hex that can land, while all the other hexes are fucking garbage. Yeah, you do. But now you're like, no, it's fine. No, it's fine. I know how to optimize now, so it's fine. My name is okay, fuck you. NFT community arts and artists retweeted me, fuck you. One of the 5 encounters, so that's like every single encounter in the game, that's a boss. Because every single enemy in the game, after you're like level 5, has like a 20% chance to land a hit on you. And that is also not good. So like all the normal encounters are too trash. They're all too trash. Because you also have a 100% chance to kill all of them. And then every single boss in the entire game has a 100% chance to hit you. They do 40 damage. They have +5 weapons. Ignore stone skin. So you have to use the one secret strat. Because they're not good. I'm not complaining that they're too easy. Or too hard. I'm complaining that they're too easy and the game is not balanced, because the game is only like it's like this. Like one is at the floor and one is at the roof. That's not how you balance things. Like, that's just retarded. It's the worst designed campaign I have ever seen. Ever. Like, it just makes no sense. And they... Oh man, it's such a shit. It isn't! It's not! In Kingmaker, even the worst bosses, Barbarian Man and the Troll, are not as bad as any of these bosses. Not even the last boss is as bad as like the first boss in this game. Or even like random side bosses like the summon in the basement. Even though I already read on Reddit that you were supposed to kill the summon, the cultists. But they, in turn-based mode, they just like suicided. And I couldn't kill them. I got like one chance to hit them. But he wasn't worse than any of the other boss. He was the same. Like, he was exactly the same. There was no difference. Only 2 to 3? Wow. There was no difference. I killed him on core rules. After he's used up, he ate all his cultists. So I don't see. He was just like everything else. There was no difference. The Baylor glitched out as well. I'm glad he glitched out though. Or he was supposed to do something else, but he was just kind of standing there. Still dog shit. Maybe it's worse in turn-based? Yeah, probably. Because they're not even... I don't even think they balance it for turn-based, though it's not balanced at all, but still, you know. So probably. I don't know. But it's not a real-time with pause system, so... Fuck you. So, through all of this, the one thing... Yeah, and Baldur's Gate's gameplay is fucking garbage. But the one thing that grinds my gears the absolute most is that they failed to implement sneak attacks in the way they are supposed to function. And they know this, but meanwhile, they make everything a rogue. They make every single archer a fucking rogue. They make everything a rogue. While not having properly implemented sneak attack. It's so fucking retarded. They're so shit developers. I don't get it. Alright, let's look this up. Pathfinder. Sneak attack. The rogue's attacks deal extra damage anytime her target would be denied a dexterity bonus to AC. Or when the rogue flanks her target. Okay, so now, what is flanking? Let's see. Pathfinder. Flanking. A creature is considered flanked if it is threatened by two opponents roughly opposite each other. If you can draw a line between the center of two attacking characters and it passes through opposite sides of that creature, it is considered flanked. So you can't sneak attack with a bow in that sense. Like you can if they are denied dexterity, but you can't flank somebody with one other character and shoot them with a bow and get sneak attack bonuses. And you have to be like, it's also really ridiculous because it's so pathetically easy to implement proper flanking where you have to actually surround the opponent. But instead they were like, okay, so if a character is standing next to another enemy, then every single archer gets sneak attacks. That first of all makes no sense, and it makes no sense with the Pathfinder rules. It makes no sense balance or design wise, but because we have done this, we're going to make every single archer a rogue, because now all the archers do 30 damage every single time they shoot you. Like, did you finish Varnhold's Lot? In Varnhold's Lot, there's like archers everywhere, and all of them are rogues. They're like level 6 fighter, level 4 rogues, and they just fucking annihilate you the second you go into combat with anything. There is a mod for Kingmaker called Proper Flanking, I think, and that one tries to make flanking less ridiculous. Morning light. But flanking isn't supposed to work the way it works in the Pathfinder games, and neither are sneak attacks. So, like, they're like 10 times more prevalent than they're supposed to be, 10 times easier to do, and at the same time, they made every single enemy sneak attack in the entire game, always. So stupid. So, fuck you, OCAB. Shut the fuck up. You're permaban from now on. Fucking Brazilian piece of shit. Shut up. All right. So, what is it that I need here? I need... let's look at what I'm doing. Yeah, that's why you're banned. So, Okay, so let's try programming for real. So the problem here is that there is something in the shader called UV, and the UV is where on the texture we are reading currently. And if you have a single object that looks like this, this is the image. That means that the bottom left, I think it's the top left corner here. This is UV0. Or maybe it's bottom left, I'm not sure. Let's go with bottom left. This is UV00 in X and Y, and top right is UV11. So if I try to make an outline here, I can just say that if we are like 2 pixels next to UV0 or within, if we are at between UV0 and UV 0.02, then we draw like a black line here on this side, right? And I can do the same thing on these other sides, and that works just fine. But now if we do something like, let's say, this, now we have an animation. And now this part of Ria is what we're drawing, right? So how do I draw an outline around this? Because now the UV is still going to be the same as before, except now this down here is 0, 0. And all the way over here, this is 1, 1. So what the UV is actually doing is it's reading this, and this is like UV0 to UV 0. 001 or whatever. And then the next one is 0, 0. 1.001 or whatever, 1.1, that's where it starts. So we can't use the UV. So how... It needs to be based on the mesh. So how do we get that? Is it just gonna be position? Let's give it a try. Down here, object selected. So if the object is selected, if i.position.x is less than 0.5, then we do that. Let's do that. What happens then? Nothing. Cool. How do you do it? You Google Unity shader position on mesh. Unity object to clip position, but that should be. What does this do? Transforms a point from object space to the camera's clip space in homogeneous coordinates. Maybe I simply don't get the vertex here. Because that's what I want. Right? Alright. That there. The Bodge experience live, so true. Um, It's just these are super confusing. I don't really understand because you have to like assign these to like channels. Like vertex is added to position, and here you got SV position. Um, but I don't really know, like Google Unity shader Xcode. Xcode. Can I have another one? Does that break anything? Seems to work. What if we go back down here and we here instead of IPOS now we type vertpos. Shader HLSL getting vertex position. Getting the local vertex position in vertex shader. Hit skeletal mesh vertex position. Get world position in vertex shader. Getting mesh position. Hmm. Here's a question. Am I using I dot position at all? Anywhere? That's a negatory. So can we just do this? What just happened? No. No release date. We don't really have much to show. I'm working on this so we can build a combat prototype. That's the first step. We're just going to make a combat prototype, figure out the gameplay, so we can show that show that off. But this is also the biggest and most time-consuming step by far. Making the back-end stuff, making the editor. Because once we have the editor done, and once we have combat somewhat reasonably functional, then what's left to do? It's just making assets and someone putting levels together, pretty much. So, like, this is like the major step. It has to be done before we can actually work on the game. And we might have gone a little bit advanced, but hopefully it works out. Because this isn't all I've done either. I've made a lot of other systems. I don't think I have it loaded here though. Let's see. Fog. What one is it? I have so many. Maybe it's this one. This was a little bit premature, what I was doing here. Let's see if it works, and if it's the right project in the first place. I haven't named them. They're called Tech Demo 2, Tech Demo 3, Tech Demo Tile Rework dash copy. Is that broken? Broken. Right lit default. Materials. Right blend test. I mean, I don't remember this at all, so I have no idea why this is broken. But this is what we should be using, diffuse edited limited. And that is what we're using. Is it just something like this? Because it doesn't say that there's an error. So why doesn't it work? Very odd. I didn't really want to get stuck in this. Oh, is this it? There we go. Can't believe I found that. But yeah, here I've been working on getting some kind of lighting system going. So this is like the next step after I finish the other stuff. Trying to get this to work right again and putting it into the new system. Because here we've got a bunch of different lamps and shit. Now, how do you stop this? Time scale. See, now it's night, and then you can grab a light here and set the Z to 0. That way, it counts as being on the ground. And then you've got, you know, you can move it behind pillars and stuff, and at the edge of the walls and. You've got like dynamic shadow casting around that. But here it's kind of rudimentary because it's just using like images, and it's using, you see these red squares here, those count as like light blockers. It's just using that to determine like where it's gonna cast shadows and stuff. And in our new system, we use like a 3-dimensional tile system, so it's gonna work different there. I don't know if it will work, but we're gonna have to give it a go. But this is the kind of stuff that we also want to do, because as you can see before, we also had like a time of day, and all the tiles change color, and when the sun comes out, you get shadows that get cast up on the walls and behind buildings and whatnot. Now it's not perfect by any means here, but it was kind of nice to get this going. I've also programmed. We programmed in Fog of War, but the Fog of War also is only 2D, and it needs to be re-implemented into the 3D system. We also have this is where I have the animations. I'm going to save this project. It's not broken the next time I open it. Oh, this is just another shadow casting one. This is the animation project. But this isn't really that advanced. Oh, this is an old Unity version. This is just like a template where we can fit in all the animations. Where's the inspector? There. Oh yeah, you can actually walk there a little bit. Kind of nice. Has spells. Attack. Are these playing too slowly? I feel like they're slow. And then I have some meme using items and shooting animations. Just to implement them, you can take damage. You take damage twice. You can die. Well, so I still think we've done quite a lot. Even though a lot of it is still not done. Tyler also has a large part of the actual gameplay programmed. You know, we've got UI, I think, pretty close to being done. We've got at least the first iteration of it. And, you know, you can attack enemies without really playing any animations and stuff. But you can like walk around and click on enemies that and make them take damage and so on and so forth. Now, back to this. Why did this happen? See, oh, I see, I see, I see. It's because I was right here. We're using O position to set that. So I don't really know what we could do. We could try this. I don't know what V vertex contains either, really. Oh, that doesn't work either. HLSL. Getting object, no, getting mesh edges. Mesh shader. Mesh edges. Oh boy. Reading other people's shit. Oh god. This is a reshade thing. Delete. No, this is not what we're looking for. Everybody's just doing 3D. Holy shit, why is this so hard? I feel like it should be eye position though. What exactly are we returning there? Unity shader eye position. Let's see. What we're actually getting is Unity object to clip position. So what are we actually getting there? Because now this does nothing, right? It does nothing. What if we set this to less than 5? What does that mean? Nothing? What if we take the camera and we turn off follow? And then I walk all the way over here. Now it gets black over there. So this is just the screen position. Let's actually open up that other project we had. Here as well, we never ever use I dot position. We only use I dot position world. Uh, Hex chord limit. Do I need to use hex chord float? Like it? Oh no. What did you do? I hate when it does that. Because then it does this. Fuck off. Sometimes it's like, oh no, there's something wrong here. We need to automatically fix that for you. And when it does that, it just overwrites your entire script with bullshit. It's still doing the whole thing. So what are actually the values in there? No, it's not doing the whole thing. Is this it? Is this what we want? But what if we do that? kind of values are we working with here? Oh yeah, you know what? Let's figure it out the easy way. Let's do plus test there. And then we go into new sprite. Where is test? There's test. Okay, so clearly this is a value that isn't entirely percentage based. So what is it? Is it pixel based? Because right now we're checking if vert position is less than 0.1. So if I set test to minus 0.1, I think I get it. Oh, it's a pain in the ass. Okay, so if I set this to be... No, I don't get it. Oh, maybe I do. No, I don't. What are these values? Because what it likes doing, which is super annoying, is it likes taking the... Are these sprites all centered? Let's look at that first. Door frame. Pivot bottom. Ria. Disabled. Pivot is right there. Let's save that pivot. And then we set this to 0. Apply. Now, how is this going to behave? It's... Well... No, it still makes no sense. Because we've got 0.1 there, right? But what if we remove the 0.1 entirely and just go with test? Because what's so strange is that now it doesn't work at all? How is that possible? Oh no, I didn't select them. But still, she is like fully covered at 0.5. Yeah, okay, I guess it is that way. It makes sense. It just didn't look like it made sense. Or rather, 0.49 is maximum. So what it's doing is, instead of it just being like left side is 0, right side is right, instead what it has done is, because you can have a pivot point that can be either 0 or 1, if you put the pivot point in the middle at 0.5, then that's where it starts, right? So it goes from the pivot point to the right. And that means that if 0 is the pivot point and the right is 1, you can only render half the image. So instead, what they've done is they've split the value into, so it's, instead of being 0 to 1, it's minus 0.5 to positive 0.5. So now if I have the pivot in the bottom left, it actually covers the entire model at 0.5 or something along those lines. So if we set all of our objects to be sorted at the bottom left, I can kind of use this, but I don't like it. I want it to be based on simply the mesh. That's all I want. But this, it should actually be right. Now, how can we possibly deal with this properly? Built-in shader helper functions. What the fuck is clip space? Clip space definition. Yeah. Yeah, you do. Here's a question. Can I just do this? Where is it? Vert position O equals that, and then I just do O dot vert pos dot xy equals plus equals 0 float to 0 0.5 0 0.5. That work? That does work. Yes. But why do I feel like I've done all of this, but I can't remember anything. And I can't understand it at all. Well, you can always get another job, of course. See, the problem is even if I do get the vertex in normalized space, I don't know how big the vertex actually is. How big the mesh is. So how do you get 2 pixels on the mesh? When you don't know how much 2 pixels is. Because I only know the left side and the right side of the mesh. Or, yeah. And one is 0 and one is 1. And how the hell does this work? Come on. Unreadable unless it's on a widescreen. Oh, it's still SV. Where's it? SV position. When SV position is declared for input to a shader, it can have one of two interpolation modes specified: linear no perspective or linear no perspective centroid, where the latter causes centroid snapped X, Y, Z, W values to be provided when multi-sample anti-aliasing. When used in a shader, SV position describes the pixel location. Available in all shaders to get the pixel center with a 0.5 offset. Fuck you, I don't want that. Oh, what? Oh, that made no difference. I can think of one method. Exclusively one method. And it's kind of roundabout. I think. No, just can you do any math to figure that out? Let's see. Let's say we've got let's say we've got a texture that is 100 pixels wide and it's divided into 5 images. That means that the first image is 0 to 0.19. And the second one starts at 0.2 and goes to 0. 39. Then what can we do? Can we do something like no, I don't know. That's okay, let's let's go with 0.13 times 100. And then we divide that by 100. No, 100 divided by 13. No. No, it's just impossible without knowing how many total images there are. Because the problem is that every pixel is isolated. So even if you have 5 images and they're split in the way I said, like 0 to 0.19, then the image is going to be, it's going to display that first image, but it's only going to render 1 pixel at a time And like I said, all those pixels are independent completely. So in that image, the left side will always be 0 and the right side will always be 1, regardless of whether the image we're displaying is actually part of a larger image where that image is 0 to 19. That is irrelevant there. But what I can get is I can get the size of the image, but when I do that, it gets the full image. It doesn't get the slice of the image that we're displaying. So I can't really calculate the size of the total thing from that 1 pixel. And that's the problem, because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to draw a border around the sprite, right? So I need to know what the edge is, because it has to be able to compare itself. Like, it has to be able to tell, like, oh, okay, now we're drawing, like, I'm at 0 now, or I'm at 0.01. And then it has to be able to compare that value to something to tell, oh, okay, this means that I am currently, you know, within 2 pixels of the edge. That means that I should render this outline. And if it's any higher, then it doesn't, until it comes to the other side, where it says, okay, now like now I'm this close to the edge. Let's just draw an outline there too. Because I could just use this 0 to 1 value and just be like, okay, if you're within 5% of the edge, draw an outline. But then the outline's thickness will be 5% of the object's total size, instead of being like 2 pixels exactly always. And that's what I don't like. And one method, and I don't like that method at all, is to like have a script on the object that sets a value, like this is how big the mesh is. I don't really like that. But I think we need to just Google Fu this a bit more and hope that I can find what I'm looking for. So Unity shader multiple image outline. Multiple materials. Draw an outline. Unity shader. Let's Google Unity shader outline sprite sheet. Adding, oh my god. I'm gonna re-ask my question. From Mordenstein. Nice, dude. Wait. Can we? Can we figure this out? So, mm, no. It is break time, but problem is that it's really difficult to get any information at all when it comes to this. HLSL semantics. This, like, if you look at this bullshit, like, we can go all the way down here and we can look at the SV position again. SV position gives you an X, Y, Z, and a W. But when SV position is declared for input to a shader, it can have one of two interpolation modes specified: linear no perspective or linear no perspective centroid, where the latter causes centroid snapped X, Y, Z values to be provided when multi-sample anti-aliasing. It doesn't tell you anything about either of those. There are no links for either to understand what it does. When used in a shader, SV position describes the pixel location, available in all shaders to get the pixel center with a 0.5 offset. Again, it doesn't tell you what it's getting you. It doesn't even tell you whether it's a normalized value or what. Like, is it a pixel value? Is it a normalized value? Like, it doesn't say anything. And it's just absolutely a nightmare to figure this stuff out on your own. Parameters. You can put these in front of variables. Optional storage class modifiers that give the compiler hints about variable scope and lifetime. The modifiers can be specified in any order. Values. Extern. Description. Mark a global variable as an external input to the shader. This is the default marking for all global variables. Cannot be combined with static. What does it do? What does it mean? Nothing. This means nothing. Like, it's the default marking for all the global variables. What does that mean? Okay, so it's just nothing? It does nothing. Is that what you're saying? An extern does nothing. Nothing specific. It just kind of does something. It is also a uniform. Mark a variable whose data is constant throughout the execution of a shader, such as a material color in a vertex shader. Global variables are considered uniform by default. Okay. Here, I don't really know what global means in this sense. Like, what is a what is a global variable in a shader? Does that just mean that I wrote it at the top? Is that global? This is where I wish I went to school a little bit. But that's the thing, like, if it's global by me just writing it at the top so that all methods and whatever have access to it, because if I write a method and I write a new variable in there, that's local, right? So that means that all of the variables I have up top, those are global, right? For the entire script. So that means that all of these, like every single variable at the top, is just uniform by default. So it also does nothing. Okay, so what can we... Volatile. Mark a variable that changes frequently. This is a hint to the compiler. This storage class modifier only applies to a local variable. Okay, so you can't have a volatile global. So if I'm going to change something, that should actually be a local variable that is marked as volatile. Yeah, but it's weird in a shader because only the pixel that you're working on currently has access to any of the variables. So like you can't set a global variable at the top and have like another pixel be able to use the data in it because they're all completely separate, which is why it feels weird that it's like, I don't know. But the volatile thing, I might be able to use that in here somewhere because there are things that change a lot. For example, just inside my loops here. Here I've got a float. Can you do that? Like a volatile float Z there. And does that do anything? Yeah, it breaks it. Okay, cool. What if I do something like this? Can you do that? And then this is just Z now. Okay, that works. I guess. The question just is if it actually matters in any way. But this is what I'm saying. It's ridiculously hard to figure this stuff out here. System value semantics, clip distance. Depth cell shading. Or bake a 2-pixel wide outline into your sprite to begin with. Depth cell shading. Google gives me no results. The fuck is depth cell shading? No, that's... Uh, but the one thing that is strange to me is when you want to render the current sprite, this is all you need to do. Text 2D main text i.uv. Then you just get like the correct, like the sprite just looks right. But if I do the same thing with the IUV and I try to do this here, let's do this. Maybe I've been overthinking this the whole time. Let's use a test variable here. If IUV is less than that, then let's see what happens here. We select everything. Oh, wrong selection tool. Oops. I don't know what had just happened. So now those are both completely black. We set test to 0. Yeah, now the door, its UV starts at 0 because it's just a single image, but Ria is a multi-image and she's got like the edges culled in her sprite. So she won't start seeing the black there until 0.27. So somehow these UVs are different. That's what's so weird. That has to mean that the main text has to somehow contain this value that I'm trying to get. Because otherwise, how could it know what to render? Oh no. Well, yeah. Because like the mesh is only that wide. So how does it know that it needs to start rendering this at like 0.27 UV? How does it know that it's drawing that? Don't worry about it. Uh, how can we... Because somehow, somewhere, it has the knowledge that one vertex is where this should start, and this UV will be at like 0.27 when it starts. So where the hell is it getting that from? And if you look here at the main text, what if we do that? And what if we swap you to Ria Combat Idol there? Yeah, then the base RGBA turns into this whole mess down here. Now, if I play this, offset, it doesn't matter. None of these values matter. Tile sheet, no. I understand. Hmm. But I feel like it should be possible to extrapolate something here. Oh, not necessarily. Uh, Oh, need that music. Yeah. I'm not thinking loud because it's not really thinking much. Oh, no, that doesn't work. Duplicate system value semantic definition. Where are my semantics? There. What the fuck is point size? What is it? Point size in pixels, and he has size as p size, but it's just a float. Okay. Input unknown input semantics. P size /0. Okay. That just doesn't work. So this is input. Um, You can access some things here. You can have like tiling and offset fields for the texture, but this doesn't really do anything. So looking at Ria here, for example, how does this work? Unity shader, how to get right texture position. How can I get the sprite position? In a normal material, _st stores the offset and scale parameters for the texture, and pixel size stores the reciprocal of the pixel dimensions and the pixel dimension. UI and sprites are not normal. Each quad is created with the UVs directly instead of as material properties, so they can be drawn. This is like UI stuff. It's just impossible to Google anything. Access and use texture coordinate in shader. And they're talking about multiplying stuff with texture atlases. Yeah, people are just manually setting it. Kind of. I could technically do that. What I would have to do is... Every time we change the sprite, we have to make a new mesh, and I would have to write like the texture information to the shader. Because here, if we have this, the atlas position and the size of the current sprite slice, then everything is fine. Because then then all I need to do is just check the UV. You just check the UV, multiply it by the texture's total size, and then you see instantly like where are we on the texture, and then you just compare it to the atlas position, or the atlas positions. Well, yeah, the position and the size, because you have the x and the y, and then you have the size, and the size tells you where the other end is by adding them both together. So I think this is the only way to do it. We have to make our own variable. But that's entirely doable, actually. Then we have to go into my renderer. And here we have to set vector 4 atlas position. Sprite does not equal old sprite, and sprite equals null. Then we are setting that and that and that. And we'll also set atlas position equals equals vector 4 0. And then here we are creating a new, or we're setting a new sprite, and then we create a mesh, and then we also need to set atlas position equals new vector 4. So what was he doing? Sprite.textureRect, is that it? That? What do we call this? Atlas position. And then we go into here and we add code 4, Atlas position. And we go down here and we set this to be, if I multi-billion-dollar industrial giant, I.UV times how many do you think actually watched it? But there was a test, right? And it's not worth being a big corporation. I never want to work for a big corporation. Like even if we manage to have like a really successful launch with this, I hope we always stay a small studio. Like even 20 people would be too much, in my opinion. The second you have too many people, you have to delegate too much. And when you have to delegate too much, things just turn to shit. So now that we have this Atlas value, what we need to do is we need the UV times main text pixel size.w, and if that is less than Atlas position dot x plus 0.02, or I think it'll be plus 2, and that we're still busted up here. What is happening? Oh, wait. Not this, is it? Oh, wait. It's... Because I changed this, right? Yeah. There. Okay. So, the Ria sprite its position is 24. And for this to appear, this needs to be at 9. Still 9. Now, down here, 2 seems to make sense. That's 2 pixels. But it still doesn't make sense with her. Wait, no. That needs to be Z. That might explain things. Ta-da! Now we have a 2 pixel wide outline. So then we just need to do exactly what we did here. This was not even right. I can see now when I look at it. Z is X and Y is W. Yeah. But then this should be need atlas position plus atlas position. And here it needs to be atlas position plus atlas position W, no, Z minus 2. Here it's atlas position Y and W, and there's the Y. No, it still only works on one side. It's the test side. Did I not save? Oh no, it's because this is still there. There we go. Oh, we can select objects properly, and they show up as selected. Very nice. Let's fix Ria. I don't really like having special pivot points here. I kind of want the characters to be normalized and just all of them should be bottom left. Sorting point. Honestly, everything should just be bottom left sorting point. But for now, let's just check where it was. It's just a lot easier for everything. The only thing that you have to, if you put everything in the bottom left, the only thing you have to account for is the camera, because then the camera has to snap to the middle of the sprite. You have to take that into account for that. Otherwise, you tend to have to take the centered sprite into account all the time instead. It's better to just let the camera center itself that way. Shit. Now I am very, very tired in my head. I didn't take a break. And I am very tired. So I'm not sure what else we're gonna manage, but we're gonna manage something more. What I want is to be able to move them. which shouldn't be that hard. Because that should just be in the object selection tool. So all we need to do is on mouse button down, I'm not using that. What we need to do is we need to check if selected objects list count does not equal 0. Then we need to do a for loop for if, well, it needs to be, we need to loop through the selected object list. And then we need to do if vector 3 temp pos equals selected objects list I dot transform dot position. And then we do if this needs to be something bigger. This needs to be a new vector 4, and it should be that dot x, and it should be that dot y, the position, and then it also needs selected objects list I dot get component Robin renderer dot sprite dot rect texture rect dot size dot x. So this is only going to make sense if I set the sprites to be lower left sorting, like I said. So I think we'll do that. So here we save the position of the object, and we also save the size of the sprite. And then we do if input dot mouse position dot x is less than temp, or is greater than or equal to temp position dot x, and input dot mouse position dot x is less than or equal to temp position x plus temp position dot z, and input dot mouse position dot y greater than or equal to temp position dot y, and input.mouse position.y is less than temp position y plus temp position.w. If that is the case, then we're gonna set mouse origin to be input.mouse position, and I think that'll be it. So we will also set mouse position old equals mouse origin. And the reason for that is normally I set mouse position old to be -1, -1, -1. And that's just to get this to trigger down here. Because here I check if mouse position does not equal mouse position old. And that means that I have moved the mouse. Because at the end of the script, it saves the mouse position. And then at the start of the next one, we check where is our current mouse position and compare it to the old one. And then we trigger things, because that means that we have moved the mouse at all. And what I need to do here now is, because I have clicked here and I clicked inside a selected object, that means we are going to set the mouse origin to be our current mouse position, but we also set mouse position old to be our current mouse origin. And the reason for that is because I want to wait until the next frame to call this script down here. And what it's going to do is it's going to normally when I move things, I typically just change the position value, right? But there is another thing called translate, and you can translate a position, and that moves it relatively to where it is currently. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the old mouse position and our current mouse position, subtract them from each other, and then we get the difference that I moved them. And that way I can iterate through the list of each object that we currently have selected after I've dragged, and then I just translate them all by the same value. That way I move all of them around. And then, because we have a mouse origin, because I have a mouse origin, on most of the things I've made so far, I have an input combination here called where I check if I'm holding the left mouse button, and if I click the right mouse button while I'm dragging, that cancels the action. So all I need to do then is I take our current mouse position and I check the mouse origin, and then I subtract them from each other. And again, I just translate everything, and they should all move back to where they started. Another option that is more annoying is setting like a start option on all the objects, and that sounds kind of annoying. So hopefully that's accurate enough that it's good enough. But ooh. But now and then we break out of this, and then here we're gonna do else if I equals selected object list count -1, then see. How do where am I clearing this shit? Um, need to do something like for need to go through the list, and we need to set selected objects list to object selected equals 0. And then selected objects list.clear. Oh, brain. Come on. Come on, let's just solve this last bit here. Hello, Brainoid. Yeah, that is your name. Yeah, and tomorrow is not going to be anything because my parents coming by and then I have to visit my cousins because it's been a while. But it's all over. It's all over. Oh. I know what I need to do though. So, here we have a boolean called drawing. Let's get rid of that and call it moving. And then here we set this to moving equals true. Uh-oh. And regardless on mouse button up, we're going to set moving equals false. So for and this is the last thing anyway, but we can do a break just because, so it doesn't end up getting fucked up for some reason. Um, Here we need to do this. And now here we need to do if not moving, then we're gonna do this part. Else. Going to do moving. And to do that, we need to do for selected object list dot count. And then we do selected object list I dot transform dot translate, and we're gonna translate it by doing we need a temp variable here, and it's gonna be vector 3 temp translate equals mouse. So which is it? It's gonna be mouse position minus mouse position old. Is that the order? So if I move the mouse up to the right, then mouse position is 10, this is 5. I subtract 5 from 10, then we have 5. That means we move 5 up, yeah. Then we translate, temp translate, like that. However, this should be in here. And this should be there. Because we still don't want to do it if we haven't moved the mouse position. And then if we cancel it here, then we're going through that. We also have to set but we don't actually need that, do we? We can just do this right away there. This is kind of unnecessary. Here, then we need to move everything back, and that's going to be mouse origin minus current mouse position, right? Because then we move it back. At least I think so. Oh. Give it a try, I guess. But first, let's... I noticed that we haven't saved that, so save. No, that doesn't seem to work. Well, this needs to first of all be bottom left. That. Nope. Why is it not working? Oh, that's why. Oh, yeah. Of course. This needs to be... You should actually be able to do this, like the main camera dot... screen to world point. There. I was when you do input.mouse position, you get the on-screen position, and there's no way to get the world position of the mouse, so you have to use the current camera and use that to kind of translate it. There. I'll give it a go. Well, it works, but it works incredibly fucking fucked up. And the reason for that is quite simple, I believe. So it should work, but let's see. Here. We have to do the same thing here. Camera.main.world. No, screen to world point. No, we don't need to do that. All we need to do here, I think, is divide it by 100. See how that goes. Because what I was doing was, like, the Unity coordinate system is divided by 100. So if your position is 1 in the coordinate system, you're actually at the 100th pixel. So when you move 1 pixel, you're moving 0.01. And the input.mouse position grabs the pixel on the screen that the mouse is pointing at. And that is a value of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not at a decimal. So when I'm just checking like our current position versus previous mouse position, we get a value that's like 5 or 6 or something like that. Then I'm actually moving things like across the universe. Now, there is one more issue here, and that is the fact that the main camera, has a script that follows Ria. So we have to do that. And now they get moved. They do get moved to some weird ass place. Translate. They. Hmm. I think this should work, but we can try the camera trick. Why do they get moved down like that? Oh. They move very strangely instantly when I click. Why is that? This... Oh, there it is. That also needs to be this. There, now I can move it. But it is being moved a very pathetic amount. Why? I've never used Translate before, so I don't know if it's doing something weird. But this should work. I don't really see why it doesn't. Oh, Kibs. Also, why can't I do it on the door? Can't I move the door? Why can't I move her? Not the door? Oh, no, it is moving. Incredibly pathetic amount. Alright. Google.com Unity Translate. And now it sucks. Translate is per second. I guess. No, it's not. That's because they added delta time. Why is it being fucky? Cause see, mouse position old. What is the temp diff? It's 0.00000. Why is it so low? Is see that kind of works now? I think it should be times 50, right? No? No, it should be times 200. Because we are operating at half the resolution, but it's still... It's fake, so it's actually a 1920 times 1080 resolution, but it's... Visually, it is a 960 times whatever resolution. There. Now I can drag around a door after the fact. Nice. Also, select it. The selecting seems kind of bugged. I feel like I have to Oh, I know why. It's because the texture rect here is too much. Because I'm adding it on top of the position, and the size of the sprite is in a full value, so it's 50 pixels, while the position is in fractals or decimals. Now that works right. We can deselect outside. Okay. Found some doors there. Got a bunch of doors. Pick the selection tool. Select a bunch of doors here. We can move all of the doors at the same time if we want. Whoa! 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 This is what happens when you move the object that is attached to the camera. However, there is one more bug, kind of. And it is that now that I have made all the objects be sorted from the bottom left, that means that when I am, because right now I'm checking, when I'm dragging, I'm checking against all of the other objects in the scene, and I'm checking whether they are inside this box that I've dragged, and I'm simply checking that against their position. And now, because they're sorted from the bottom left, that means that the position value is their bottom left. So to select a door, you have to drag over the very bottom left corner, which is kind of weird. So I'll have to adjust that to check for like the entire box, I think, more or less. And then, because we're also going to make it possible to just select an object by just clicking on it. And I'm gonna do that the same way they do it in Unity, more or less. And that's gonna be... well, it is a little bit tricky, to be honest, but the way they do it is they check and see if you click inside something, but there might be more objects below on the same spot. And the way it works then is if you click again in the same spot and just click and not move it or anything, it selects the next object by height, and then it goes down to the next one and to the next one and to the next one. Then it loops. Now, it'll also be kind of hard to really tell what you've selected as well, right? Unless I lift them up so that they are at the forefront visually. So I might need to do that too. Wee 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 wee. There. And now we can select and move objects. We can deselect. Next. I could do that right now, but I don't want to because I want to. Um, right now, the selection is local to the tool, and what I want is I want the selection to be local to the tool as a preview, and then once you release the selection after you've dragged and made a selection, whatever new objects you've selected should be added to a pool of selected items in the level editor script itself, so that determines what is truly selected, while the tool itself only previews, and then it funnels it into the real script. And that's to make it easier to handle like delete and stuff, because the tool is only activated by going into the trigger script in the level editor script, or there's there's a call to trigger the current tool, and that only happens when you click. So once I have set up that there's like a selection array or sort of selection list in the level editor, then we can add delete functionality, for example. I guess copy paste, but I think we'll skip that for a while. Have more important things to do. Copy paste, even though it's super easy, but still. And then we also need I think next is going to be the ability to move the camera. Because right now the camera is attached to Ria. But for that, we should probably have a button that switches it, or maybe attaches it to an object. Because I want it to automatically unattach itself once you move the camera of your own volition. That's probably easiest. But I think we'll stop there for today, because we got a lot of good stuff done, and I worked through the breaks. We got stuff done instead, even if most of it was just Googling, but still. So I'm gonna go and see if I can find something to eat, and then we're gonna play Ease 4. Because I gave up on Wrath of the Righteous, because it sucks balls. Onto that. Thanks for hanging. I'll see you later. Bye-bye.